done with sketches.
As long as it don't take more than 5 minutes.
Oh, I'll take two. You can, only if you guys want me to do more.
No, it's nothing new, it's just rearranging.
Yeah, exactly. Some slight things,
Okay.
Well, the basics.
kind of clarify.
I mean, this is a very simple house.
I was hoping you'd see
None of
that.
those types of
Oh, I
houses
saw
go
it.
down to one should point out, but she says, I could live it in 5 minutes. If it took me 5 minutes in the house, and 15 minutes to take with me on this computer. But I'm so, yeah.
Hey, we're up.
That's.
We're ready to roll. 4 minutes to go.
Disclaims any warranty, including documentation, satisfactory quality or accuracy of dimensions. But she says, you know, it's most.
I'll just see council agenda for next Tuesday.
Thank you.
Is it the 400 a week, is it?
I believe, yes, 400 Main is on there.
Oh, yeah, Zach's been doing SketchUp stuff. He's getting clever for us. It's cool.
I know.
It's really, truly. How
I
cool.
find that's the
Good evening.
We have a forum.
And just in time.
Feel like I'm crashing the party.
Oh, yeah, 3 minutes coming to my phone.
I'm going. It's lunch.
It's lunch at Carmel.
December 8th. I think it's Friday.
I didn't get the mail.
Does your,
Presentations on to, it's a surprise. And so.
Okay, I'm not offended.
No, no, I was gonna say you're. I
I
had.
think you replaced them.
That's right, I think you did, so you never.
I did, yeah, no, I had the pleasure of watching him run the meetings for 2 sessions.
So we shall see. He doesn't know account. No, it's a secret. So it's fine. It was before the meeting.
So is that known, I assume?
Yes, there's a, you know, I sent it was a link that I signed up for.
Yeah.
You click on it, it tells you there's an account plus at the time, you need to pay for it, and then the mobile tickets at the door, and then, there, actually. Oh, and the price. That's my big expense. Do you want to work for me, Zach? I have, you could do this.
It's actually pretty fun.
What is it? This is
SketchUp. I'm just trying to find the most appealing layer to make this information. It's all put in, I don't have to do it in the work.
But there you go.
Yeah, that one will really be accurate for us.
Is that John's notebook sitting next to you, so he's here tonight?
Yes, he should be here shortly. We've got, what, 2 minutes to go?
In a moment.
We have a minute and 10 seconds.
Do you have any speaker cards by chance? Nothing. We don't have no speaker?
Nothing is, yeah, apparently
Nothing.
everyone's not highly motivated to comment on this accessory structure report.
Well, or comments not on the agenda. But I'm asking because actually someone said they might send something. I guess.
I have no talking points.
And you, your talking points either? You don't have to, that's all right.
I may have some, I don't know what the process is, but I'm very interested.
Card that you fill out.
Okay.
Hand it in, and that way we know it's you, when it's time for public comment, we know who to call.
Okay.
That gentleman just grabbed his
This
speaker
case
card.
out here.
And so he'll fill it out.
Yeah.
So we'll.
So you can fill it out and wait and see if you want to talk or not.
Okay.
Do we know Brody or Alex?
That's not what he said.
I'm the, is that right?
Thanks, Alex, 5 seconds.
I know, I was gonna correct that because it's. Yeah, that was my comment, and we got it wrong, so I also.
Oh, was it yours? Because it says here, Oh, Chair Meadows, I'm sorry, I thought you were speaking. Well, you caught it too. Oh, yeah. All right.
Hang on.
There is a Rotary game, there is a Warriors game on, but we're going to call the meeting to order regardless of what's on TV right now. So let this reflect that the Planning Commission of Thursday, November 16th is in session now. And we have a quorum. We have 5 of our 7 commissioners, so we're missing Commissioner Bodnar and Commissioner Samek, and I don't know, maybe they'll come in late, or maybe this is full house. Does anybody know? Okay.
Commissioner Bodnar was going to be absent this evening, but
Okay. So we'll see whether Commissioner Samek. Either way, we've got a quorum of 5 of 7 commissioners. So this is the point where we offer the public the opportunity to speak on items that are not on the agenda for this evening. I don't have any speaker cards, so I'm assuming we don't have any comments, and so I'm going to close that public comment period. So then moving to the consent calendar, we have Planning Commission minutes. Are there some comments? I know I have one, but if someone else would like to go.
I have one on page 2.
You want to put your mic on?
Button.
Push your mic. Oh, we'll get this figured out eventually. On page 2, under my bullet points, in the 3rd bullet point, I think my stronger emphasis was I wanted to see more natural materials, more so than softening the metal, however you soften metal.
Usually with heat.
Melted, yes. Not what we had in mind.
Okay. Is that the only comment you had?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, because I thought there was a typo you would surely pick up, but maybe Commissioner O'Reilly, do you want to? You have nothing? No? All right.
You get the A?
I get to
picking
say,
up? You could get the A?
I know, because this is something you would pick up. So Commissioner O'Reilly's last bullet point, she's actually anticipating how it will relate to an adjoining building rather than an adjourning building. Anita, I thought that was one that would catch your eye.
You caught me.
No? Okay, and on page 3, then there is a comment in the Commissioner's reports and comments, and it's referring to me when it says, she also noted that residential is a permitted use in the CT zone only with an environmental review per the city attorney, and I think that's a little inside out of what I said, or at least it's inside out of the intention. So what I said, and what I believe I heard the city attorney say, was that residential must remain a conditional use in CT zone, not permitted, like we had recommended, unless a CEQA analysis is done first to move it into a permitted use, to change the ordinance. So this is written as though it's a case-by-case basis, and that's not what I was saying. All right.
And I concur, that's the meaning of what the attorney had told us.
Okay.
And counsel.
With the correction, the amendment, right.
So I'd like to make a motion that we approve the minutes with all the corrections.
And
I can second that.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
And none opposed, and no one abstaining, so we've got those minutes passed. Okay, so let's move on and open the public hearing on accessory structure regulations. So, Zach, are you going to be presenting?
I am indeed. Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. This item before you is a accessory structure zoning code amendment. And really what we're looking to do here, this was in response to council questions and concerns regarding accessory structure regulations as they related to potential conversion to accessory dwelling units. So as noted in my report, when they took up this discussion, there was a number of questions raised about placement of accessory structures and assuming that they could be converted to ADUs, wanted to make sure those regulations were where they needed to be. So initially, Director Biggs provided an update to the council in July, and then following that, they did provide direction to staff to review and amend the city's accessory structure regulations as necessary to address their concerns. So that is what is before you this evening. So there was a couple of objectives here. One was to look at opportunities to increase setbacks for taller accessory structures when they're placed within a rear yard setback. and look at if there was any necessary tweaks or adjustments to the height requirement, and then also look at them in terms of clarifying and improving legibility. So there have been numerous questions over the years. That's probably one of the most frequently asked questions of staff, is to clarify exactly how and where to place an accessory structure. And kind of given the changes and amendments to the accessory structure regulations over the years, there are many layers to them. So one of the primary objectives of the ordinance before you tonight is to kind of clarify and clean up our accessory structure regulations, make them easier to follow, condense them into one location. As they currently exist, there's redundant regulations in each single-family district, and there are no regulations in any of our multifamily districts, but there are accessory structures that do exist in these districts. So what we're doing is creating a new chapter titled Accessory Structures in Residential Districts, and this will be the location that you go if you're looking for how to place or build an accessory structure in a residential district. And if we want to make changes, we can go to just one spot and not have to amend 6 or 7 different locations. Also, there was a couple exemptions specific to accessory structures located in our general exceptions section, Chapter 1466. So this ordinance also pulls those out and puts them into our new accessory structure chapter as well. With regard to site standards, there are a couple new standards that staff is proposing to address concerns about proximity of accessory structures to adjacent properties, particularly when they're located within a rear yard. The most straightforward is right now, if you're in the rear yard, you can be as close as 2.5 feet to a side or rear property line. Staff is recommending that minimum setback be increased from 2.5 feet to 5 feet. In terms of height, the staff didn't identify a need to reduce that, as there are other controls, because there are benefits to allowing for an accessory structure up to 12 feet in height, especially if it is a larger structure, to allow it to have a reasonable roof form. Otherwise, you're really looking at flat roof structures, and there is some importance or priority to allowing an accessory structure to relate to the main dwelling unit on the property. The other element that is being introduced is a maximum lot coverage for the rear yard area. And staff, we've looked at this and thought that this might be a good way to address just number or volume of accessory structures. Say it's a very large lot and you have a lot of lot coverage allowable. We've seen instances where people have put open accessory structures where there isn't a size limit, where it virtually fills the rear yard. And that is definitely a visual and aesthetic impact on the neighboring properties. And so what we're proposing is a 35% lot coverage specific to the rear yard. It doesn't change the overall allowable lot coverage on a property, but when you're placing structures within a rear yard setback area, and if you look at your screen here, you can see we've got this rear yard setback area. Within this area, you're going to be limited to 35%, which is the equivalent for the whole lot. So that way, no matter how much accessory structure you want to put back there, or whether you want to do an open portion and a closed portion, that volume will be limited, and staff's identified that as a good way to control potential impact just for volume and size of a structure if they could otherwise do it.
Zach, excuse me, so within the building envelope, you can still go to 35%, but then separately, even if you are at 35% in the main building envelope, you can go 35% in the rear yard for the accessory structures, and no more than that.
Yes. So if you've got a 10,000 square foot lot, you have a maximum allowable lot coverage of 35%, or 3,500 square feet. You're allowed to place that however you want on the property. However, if you choose to have a smaller main dwelling unit, and then you want to build a 1,200 square foot accessory structure that's partially open, so it's not all square footage, some of it's lot coverage, you would only be able to put whatever the 35% maximum is within that rear yard. The rest of it would have to go in your main building envelope. So you wouldn't be limited in how much you could build, but it's pushing more of it into the main building envelope.
What I think you said, and I just want to, is that you can only have 35% coverage from the main building and the accessory structure total. That's it.
Yes. And that's already been in effect, but what we're doing is limiting the maximum lot coverage in the rear yard setback area.
Right.
It's a bit of a challenging
What does open have to do with any of that. Now I'm confused.
If you're an
Because
enclosed...
normally open doesn't count against square footage, right?
Yes, if you're enclosed, it's floor area. If you're
Right.
open, it's just lot coverage.
Right.
Can you just share an example of maybe that, what an open space would be?
So you can have an 800 square foot accessory structure with a covered porch or a trellis area. The trellis area and the covered porch are open. The enclosed accessory structure is floor area.
Right.
So under the code now, you can build an 800 square foot accessory structure with an additional covered porch. So its footprint, it could be 900 or 1,000 square feet.
And that porch is counted now in the 35% for
Lot coverage.
lot coverage?
Yes.
And if it were, or part of it were in the rear setback, it could not cover more than 35% of the rear setback?
That is correct.
Okay.
So that is another added regulation that's consistent with the overall single-family district and then also limits the size of a structure within a rear yard setback area. And then the last change that major change that staff is proposing is to require the accessory structure daylight plane from both the side and rear property lines. Right now, we require a daylight plane off the side and a step setback off the rear, which the intent was to maximize flexibility, but really it just became a very challenging concept to describe to residents when they were trying to understand the difference between the two. And so a daylight plane, and if you look at your screen, I can kind of show you what that looks like. You can see here's a 12-foot tall accessory structure. Under the current code, you have this daylight plane, which starts at 6 feet here and goes back at a 4 and 10 pitch. So at 10 feet in, you're at 10 feet tall. Off of the back, the daylight plane didn't exist. Now, we're saying the daylight plane will be measured on both sides and the rear. So if you want to build a short accessory structure, you can push it right up to that 5-foot setback. But as you can see here, if you want to do a taller accessory structure, these daylight planes are going to push you in. So you will maintain flexibility, but you ensure that taller accessory structures will have a larger than 5-foot setback when it's placed within a rear yard setback. So some of the other minor changes, as you can see, really was just to kind of clean up and clarify, condense a number of the regulations. And so with that, staff is recommending approval of a recommendation of approval to the City Council. And I am available if you have any questions.
All right, questions for staff? No questions?
I
Yeah,
do.
I was gonna say.
So I was curious, because you're dealing with this as an detached accessory structure, but not as an ADU, what link you've provided relative to the ADU requirements that the code has now adopted relative to the state mandates?
Well, really, we can regulate placement of an accessory structure, and then an accessory structure could be converted to an ADU. So the underlying intent here is to make sure we're comfortable with where an accessory structure could be placed, knowing that it could be converted to an ADU.
Okay, so in terms of the other, that's good for now. We'll get into
Okay,
the main
leave it for
discussion.
discussion.
Yes, thank you.
Other questions of clarification
I
for
just
staff?
want to
Yeah.
find out, whether or not you can have an accessory structure is defined in the actual, say, R110 zone if you have over 10,000. Is that part of this, or that's a separate thing? In which case you can have an accessory structure?
Are you asking an accessory structure or an ADU?
ADU, yeah. Because you can only have it, now, did we bring down the limit to 10,000? It used to be 13 for attached and 15 for detached. Has that changed?
Well, it hasn't changed yet, but that is part of the proposal on the ordinance that the council has looked at. It's a
Separate.
reduction in the max, or the minimum lot size for an accessory dwelling unit. So
Okay.
that would go down if the council approves the ordinance that is currently been shared with everyone. But the accessory structure regulations doesn't have a lot size regulation. It simply regulated by the square footage of the lot, the coverage that's permitted, and the coverage that would be allowed in the rear yard setback with the new rules.
Anita?
Yeah, I have one. On the diagram on page 4 of the staff report, this is intended to show what the new daylight, or what the daylight plane regulation would be that would apply both to the side yard and the back, correct? The rear yard?
That is correct, and unfortunately, it looks like the layers got a little jumbled. It was intended to show, yeah, you've got that 5-foot buffer from property line in where no structure over 6 feet can exist. And then, yeah, if you look at it in plan view, that is what the daylight plane looks like, and it would now be applied to the rear and side.
So of the hatched, the one direction hatched, that's intended to come out to 5 feet, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then can you tell me, because I didn't bother to calculate it, that means that at the 6 foot, at the 5-foot setback, the height that could be begun at that point is, what, about
8 feet.
8 feet?
So kind of as the daylight plane works, for every 2.5 feet you go in, it goes up by 1 foot.
Right.
So at 5 feet in, that is an 8-foot height.
So the upper right corner, if you will, of that hatched point is 8 feet high.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I do have one more
Yeah.
question. The part where it's talking about outdoor kitchens, barbecues, fireplaces, there's something about needing to have them in the rear yards, that back, with a minimum of 5 feet from any property line. Now, on corner lots, sometimes the side yard is really people's yard. I mean, the way the corner lots work, sometimes people use their side yard as rear yard. And so would that mean that they can't have any of those things in their side yards?
Yeah, I mean,
In the
this
case
is,
of a corner lot?
this would be relying on the yard spaces as defined by the zoning code. So regardless of how a house may sit, if the zoning code prescribes how you determine a front yard, a rear yard, and a side yard, and it's usually
Right.
based on size of lot. So, yeah, if a house is oriented in such a way where its functional rear yard is really the side yard area, these structures would need to be 10 feet off the property line
Okay.
to meet that, or if it's a narrow, whatever that side yard setback is, they couldn't be located within it.
Do you think that's providing a basis for variance if someone came in with a case like that?
It could. Yeah, oftentimes, especially for corner lots, those are probably one of our more frequent variances, is whether it's an addition in what is the rear yard per zoning, but then a functional side yard. And so I could see a swimming pool or barbecue being subject to that same threshold if someone was seeking it.
And what's the cost to apply for a variance?
For an accessory structure, I believe it's $582 or
So we're not-
somewhere in that vicinity.
So we're not subjecting the people in corner lots to a terrific hardship if we didn't put an exception for that in this code amendment.
Yeah, the code does identify a lower fee if you're looking at an accessory structure, which would include an amenity like a pool or an outdoor barbecue.
Okay, I have a number of questions, actually. So the last couple pages, last couple pieces of paper anyway, are labeled as Attachment 1, and I couldn't figure out whether that actually applied to the staff report to us or whether it was tagged on to the city council report directly in front of it. It didn't look that way, so I just wanted to be sure what I was looking at in Attachment 1 there.
Yeah, Attachment 1, that is to the city council report. The difference, or one distinction, is for council reports, we number the attachments. For attachments to the planning commission reports, we numerically list them.
Okay, but there was no date on it, so it was
alphabetical.
really hard for me to determine what that went with. Okay, so that's with that report. Okay, so that's a little one. So question number 2 is about context. So let me see if I understand correctly what has gone on in the current status. So what was PTC at the time, reviewed the ADU zoning change and sent that to council. council reviewed that, and of course, that brought up the accessory structure conversation. And so the staff was tasked with looking at accessory structures, but in the meantime, the ADU zoning ordinance is continued. So nothing has happened on that. That's on hold. So that means that the state ADU regulations are governing Los Altos.
Well, we're still using our regulations until we get the council to adopt a new regulations. If someone has a concern, we'll certainly take a look at it, but we're trying to, as best we can, abide by our rules with some acknowledgement of the state's rules.
Okay, so again, tonight, we don't have the lawyer here. To me, this is stemming directly from the fact that the ADU discussion was continued, and this is directly linked, but really not explicitly talked about, and there's a lot of linkage in what might happen with this accessory structure ordinance change on that. So my question for an attorney, well, we can maybe talk about that during the discussion, but I think there are some legal questions we could ask, but we'll save that for the discussion.
If I can maybe share one of the concerns that the council had when they were taking a look at the accessory dwelling unit regulations, one of the provisions at the state level was that if you have an existing accessory structure, no matter how close it is to the property line, other than, some other minor changes, that existing accessory structure can be converted into an accessory dwelling unit.
Yes.
And when you look at the accessory structure regulations, they allow structures to be closer to property lines than main structures. So in theory, there really isn't a setback requirement for accessory
Right.
dwelling units, because
But
someone
this-
could build an accessory structure,
Right.
come back, get it finalized, come back a little bit later and convert it to an accessory
Right.
dwelling
But
unit.
this will not change that for existing accessory structures.
That is
Right.
correct, yes. So this would be addressing
Button,
future
button.
accessory structures.
Button, button,
An open legal question.
yes. Now it's on.
I think there is an open legal question as to whether, if we change these, they're in the provision of the law for the ADUs, if that only applies to accessory structures that existed at the time that that law was passed,
Yes.
That was one of the things
which means that whatever we might do here, there might be a way to prohibit those structures that don't otherwise conform from being converted going forward. And I think that's an open legal question that's the one, that's the big legal question I have.
That's one.
And I would actually have an open legal question along the lines of when there was some citizen interest and even commissioner and council interest in potentially downzoning the CT zone. And again, not to revisit that whole discussion, but that was felt as not legally not the right thing to do. So are we, in essence, downzoning? Can we make this accessory structure change, being that it is clearly in the timeline linked to the fact that the ADU's question is continued until we fix the accessory structure so there will be less ADUs. So that, again, is against the intent of the state's housing. So I think that is an open legal question.
I had a silly question. How many times we've run into detached garages in Los Altos that are very close to the property line? I find it very frequently in Palo Alto, but because we have mostly ranch-style houses, I haven't run into it as much here.
We have certain neighborhoods where you kind of have a majority of your detached garages. They're usually in the rear corner. So you have certain areas of the city kind of probably have a majority of those, but I mean, overall, I don't know that there's any clear pattern other than in your kind of those smaller lot, older historic subdivisions that were subdivided back in the 20s.
So if one of those garages, which are specifically cited in the state law as being convertible to an ADU, and it's before the ADU ordinance from the mandates from the state came down, they were built before then, so they're in existing condition. and they're within 5 feet of the property line, even if we change this,
Yes.
that would be in direct contravention to what the state mandate is, which is that you can convert any garage. And so we should talk more about this because we don't want to go through spinning our wheels again.
Right, so we will, and actually, there's, just because I happen to live in one,
Aha.
it could be not even a garage, it can be in between an ADU and a garage, it can be minus the kitchen, but really be a living space, so it's not the garage anymore, but it doesn't have a full kitchen, so it doesn't qualify currently, but all those are sitting, I mean, again, I'm not in that house anymore, but that was probably 2.5 feet from the property line. So, so I do think there are legal questions associated with this because we're really talking about the ADU ordinance, directly reading on it. And then my final question is, if we make these changes, what percent of any accessory units, whether they ever become ADUs or not, including the one that used to be in the house I used to live in, what percent of those become non-conforming? So if they do need to do some repair or whatever, you can't do that repair because it's a non-conforming unit. So what percent, you said not a lot, but I actually would be surprised if we actually could change a lot of currently conforming structures into non-conforming.
Well, I think Zach pointed out pretty well in the staff report, there are literally hundreds of accessory structures around the city that have been built under the current accessory structure regulations. So if these rules were changed, all of those most likely would have some type of non-conforming aspect. They'd probably, in most instances, be closer to the property line
Right.
than this set of regulations say they can be.
And so the recourse to a property owner then, if they have to make some maintenance and repairs to keep their existing accessory structure now non-conforming, in condition where they can use it as they did before the ordinance? What are they, can they not do that?
If they don't increase the nonconformity by making it larger,
Then they're
or
grandfathered.
then they're fine. But if they increase the nonconformity by zoning definition, adding a window, opening up a wall
Right.
in some way, then they are prohibited from doing that.
But there
Not
could be other,
necessarily.
what if they took that garage, didn't change the footprint, and turned it into, not even an ADU, but something without a kitchen? They
No,
then
but-
remodeled, the whole thing is
There
remodeled,
is
but
a
it's still the same
difference. The
footprint.
code looks, when you're a non-conforming structure, you still have the ability to maintain that
Maintenance
structure.
is never the issue.
Legally, we're not forcing them to tear it down. And you can alter it up to 50%.
Right.
You can't increase the nonconformity. So if you're structurally rebuilding it, that's 100% alteration. You've got to fix the nonconformity. But if you need to repair some studs in your wall, you can put in a window. We're looking at the structural envelope of that building, so you do still have the ability to maintain it. And what's interesting, especially with our accessory structure regulations, is they have been modified many times over the years, twice just since in the time that I've been here. And each time we've done it, there have been a certain number of structures. Usually, a structure gets built to the max and it raises someone's concern, and so we've looked at that and we've made changes. And each time, there are a certain number of structures that become non-conforming. So that's always a balance anytime you change the code is they'll retain their legal non-conforming status, but it does limit their ability to rebuild or change them in the future.
Okay, and
Or enlarge them.
just to clarify,
Yeah.
without the phrase "without increasing the nonconformity." So if you had a building, let's take the one that you have up on the screen right now, and for whatever reason, when it was built, it encroached in the rear yard in a way that was nonconforming. Now, okay, before we change anything. If they wanted to extend that building by bringing it forward toward the main building envelope, that doesn't increase the nonconformity, correct? So they could make significant changes and additions to that building, but because those changes and additions are happening toward the building envelope and not by increasing the space that's in the now prohibited setback, they would still be allowed to do that.
No more than 50% though, right?
Right.
No more than
Well,
50%.
'Cause-
No more
yeah.
than 50.
There's a specific provision in the city's non-conforming ordinance that says when we look at the 50%, it's only of the existing structure. So say this little accessory structure right here is non-conforming, and you wanted to just purely add on and attach to it, but really leave it more or less intact. You could add on as much square footage as the code would allow in a conforming way, but as long as you're maintaining at least 50% of that existing structure, you can maintain it. The code differentiates between single-family residential structures and all other districts, and it specifically says that the 50% only applies to the existing structure, but you can add on as much as you like in a conforming way, and you're okay.
So they could make this the maximum size of whatever's allowed, as long as no more than 50% of it is in the non-conforming area?
No.
No.
No? I'm
So
lost.
they don't change more than 50% of the structure.
This structure right here, it's non-conforming.
Yep.
You cannot rebuild more than 50% of this, but you could add on right here in a conforming way, doubling its size, and that would be permissible under the code. Really, we're looking at just this existing structure here.
Okay, thank you.
But those buildings are pretty much all, the structure wasn't built for any current codes, and so in reality, it's impossible to only 50% is not a realistic number, because the foundation, the framing, all that has to be replaced. So it is kind of a burden on those homeowners, because they really end up not touching it, because if they touch it, then they have to use up more of their yard space. So it keeps
Right.
And we're even talking about fireproofing.
Yeah, it
because
can't possibly meet to
If you're within 5
Yeah,
feet,
exactly.
you have to have a 1-hour rating for the
They're all-
exterior wall, so.
Yeah, so it would be very hard to only touch 50% of it, I would agree.
And you have
Yeah.
to prove that with your structural drawings, which, at the end of the day, I know how the contractor will tear everything down and rebuild.
So the bottom line is, the answer to my last
realistic,
question is, we don't know what percent become non-conforming. And we also suspect that any work done on them would quickly take them out of compliance, and because of everything Bahi just said.
Right now, I would say a good chunk of the accessory structures within the city of Los Altos are non-conforming, because many of them are decades old and often sit close to a property line and don't meet the daylight plane and setback under the current rules. But yeah, how many more become non-conforming with these changes, we don't know. We don't have that information available.
Okay. So I think we've clarified quite a few things. So I'm going to open this up to public comment, if there is any. I don't have a speaker card. Anyone care to speak on this item? I thought I saw you had a speaker card. All right, floor is yours.
Sorry. So,
Your name?
I'm Jeremy Macaluso. I live at 296 South Clark Avenue. One of my neighbors has had a garage that they converted into a ADU that was within 2.5 feet of the property that I live in. It's not a problem for me. It's really that is by far the thing that you're most afraid of, and it's just, I don't know. I haven't found it to be a problem. I've also been a proponent of increasing density, as you probably know, and as in the coming months, as you're going to be discussing what to do about recent state laws, you're probably going to be discussing where we can increase density in Los Altos. And there's 4 places, and those places are El Camino, downtown, Loyola Corners, and anywhere else. And for the anywhere else, that's what you're going to have to do. So keep that in mind over the coming months. This is going to sort of lay the foundation for how you can increase density throughout Los Altos, if you choose to do that.
Thank you, Jeremy. All right, so it looks like we're going to close public comment, and we will resume our discussion, since I think we started it already. Who would like to? Mike is not going first.
I can
You wanna go?
I
All
can try. So to me, it seems like we're taking one step forward or two steps forward and one step backwards with this, where we're trying to increase density, but yet adding setbacks and rules, and regulations to limit the accessory structure. So I've had projects where we've been 2.5 feet from the neighbor's property line with the ADU or with the accessory structure, and they complained. And even at the time, I felt like having a 12-foot height, right at the 2.5 feet was high, and I felt for those neighbors. But that was the rule, and it was allowed. So I do think that adding that daylight plane is a great idea on both rear and side yards because it does protect the neighbors. But the 5 feet seems more than it needs to be, because really that 5 feet is not used for anything. And if you have that daylight plane protecting the neighbors, they wouldn't care if the house was 2.5 feet away. They wouldn't see it. So that's where I'm, not so sure where that 5 feet came from. If that's a building code fire issue, or is that where the 5 feet comes from, or is 2.5 feet not adequate for?
2.5 feet is adequate. We were looking at ways to address concerns raised about placement of structure that's in proximity to property lines. So that was staff's review and recommendations. Like, all right, how could we adjust that? So there isn't anything magic about that number. That was just kind of looking at how to balance increasing setbacks while still allowing flexibility.
Right. So I agree that we want to maintain privacy and view lines from for the neighbors, but I think we can manage that with adding the daylight plane on both rear and side, and not necessarily add the increased setback. So that's where I stand on that. The 50% rule seems a little silly right now to me, because if you're able to add all that floor area to a non-conforming structure, and somehow I get away with keeping a couple of walls and get away with pulling it off, then it could be an unfair rule for people who don't have that existing. It could be a tiny little, almost a shed, and you can claim that you're keeping half of it and then increase it quite a bit. So I feel like there has to be a better way to handle those existing non-conforming structures, but I'm not sure what it is at this point. So that's all I have for now.
I just have one question, just to keep in mind when we kind of wrap up the discussion. Would it be beneficial for you then to, if this were to get referred back to staff and brought back to the commission, to get a copy of the non-conforming regulations so you can see specifically what they call for, and that can be part
Yep.
of what your evaluation is
Yes.
in terms of this entire package that moves forward?
That'd be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Other discussion items? No?
All right.
Okay.
You did this to us last meeting,
I
too.
know.
Yeah, this
Let's
is,
make the architects
making the
talk first.
architects go first is a great idea.
I think it's. So, my concern had to do with the fact that, as Sally pointed out, the whole reason this happened is because we have this mandate to increase the opportunity to have accessory dwelling units in our town. That was the mandate. What City Council heard were concerned neighbors saying, oh my God, I'm going to have in my backyard, really close to my fence, someone living. And they're going to invade my privacy, and they're going to have noise and parties and who knows what else. And with that in mind, staff appropriately looked at this and said, okay, What can we do? If that's the concern, and that's what council has charged us to do, there is a concern, what can we do and still be compliant to the state mandates? And it's the second part that we're a little uncomfortable with, but I agree with Bahi that if the intent is to protect people's privacy, there's a psychological effect if someone is 6 inches from the property line. But that's not what we're talking about. Because, in fact, 2.5 feet is enough space that you can walk behind it and paint or repair your structure. But anything beyond that is taking what would be usable space from the main part forward of that and taking it away from a property owner. Now, granted, we have 10,000 square foot lots typically. And so in our town, that's not as tight as I work in other towns where there might be a 5,000 square foot lot or a 6,000 square foot lot. But it is a real loss because you can't grow anything back there, and it's hard to maintain, and it becomes a junk area. So I agree with Bahi that holding the 5 feet makes sense if you accept the fact that having two daylight planes will provide enough of a relief visually and volumetrically for adjacent neighbors to accept the fact that if there's going to be something there, at least it will be sloping away from them. Or, as it's determined, it will push that building forward at the choice of the owner, not mandated. But the real issue for me is I believe that one approach that's different would be to have an accessory dwelling unit regulation that this was part of, because I'm trying to figure out which is the set and which is the subset. And for me, the accessory dwelling unit is the critical piece with the parking regulations or the non-parking regulations, all these pieces. It feels like that should be the thing driving instead of this one, which is attempting an end run.
I wrote that down backwards. ADUs should drive this.
Great minds, I know, in the same vein. But that's why I think that this feels like we probably could do better to have a city attorney approach and look at this globally.
Yep.
With that said, I think that it behooves the city, our city, to, as Jeremy said, encourage people to put secondary dwelling units to provide a form of affordable housing in our town for retirees, for teachers, for people who can't afford to buy a $2 million house. And I think we've heard the discussions about ADUs. We understand that it's a value to the community, and I feel like this is attempting an end run to make sure it's not possible. And in fact, the entire mandate for the state was specifically, if you do something as a city to make it hard, you are not in compliance with the state mandate. With that said, with the exception of the 5 foot, I think this is a good volumetric approach, but I think we should perhaps, we don't need to send it back for staff relative to what happens to nonconforming structures. I'm much more concerned that we put it on hold until we get some feedback from council about how they're going to deal with the accessory dwelling unit issue.
You mean legal counsel or city counsel?
I meant
Yeah, legal. I just
legal
wanted to
counsel, I'm
clarify
sorry.
for, yeah, right.
The
That's
city
what- no,
attorney
righty. City
to be
attorney.
able to say, look, let's do this in this sequence. First, you do this, establish that. Then, if you want to protect yourselves by making it less visible, by having double daylight plane, good. But start with the big picture and then go to the small.
Anita?
Well, I have lots of concerns because, as both Phoebe and our chair said, if we do the ADUs first, if we say that that's what's driving this, that really reflects a shift in our town in terms of emphasis. The rear yard setbacks, the side yard setbacks we have were intended to help promote the sense of openness and kind of expansiveness that brings people to live in this town. That's why people come here. They come here because we have bigger lots and we have more, kind of more expectation of open space in the backyard. If we then say that the state wants us to make more secondary units available, I understand that, but I don't know that we necessarily have to give up the reason we have what we have to accommodate the state. So to that extent, I would like to see us do the ADUs first, but I don't want us to take as a premise to that we have to give up what we have as a town. And I think if we allow accessory structures that can readily be converted to ADUs to encroach in our rear and side setbacks, we're changing the character of our town, and I don't agree with that. So that's just kind of where I'm coming from. I do understand the concern about, if 2.5 feet's enough to get back and paint. I do have a concern about maintenance. We talked about that the last time this came here, that for the person who lives in the house and has the accessory unit, they don't go back there and see what a wreck it looks like behind the building. It's the neighbor who sees what a wreck the building is. And I think we need to have some way of making sure that those things get maintained so that they're not eyesores to the neighbor. I'm not sure 2.5 feet's actually enough, and quite frankly, the idea that we would allow a structure 5 feet from the rear property line that's 8 feet tall right away, I don't think that's okay. I really don't. I don't think that's what our community wants. I don't think that's what the neighbors expect and want. We have a rear setback there, on a general quarter-acre lot, they're 20 feet, if I recall correctly, right, Zach? It's 20-foot setback? The rear yard? 25, pardon me. They really expect that to be clear, and then they expect the one behind them to be clear. It's an expectation of the spaciousness. And if we say, no, we're going to let you put up a unit, and it's going to be an 8-foot wall, 5 feet from your back fence line, or 2.5 feet from your back fence line, I think we have violated the entire intent for why we have rear yard setbacks. And I would like to see us push as much as possible that anything that is an ADU or can be converted to an ADU has to be within the building envelope going forward. And
That's even more extreme. So you're not even, now you're not even talking about 5 feet or 20, you're saying the building envelope.
if it's going to be a structure that's tall enough to be a habitable, living unit, a living dwelling. If you're going to do a shed or a pool house that's short, a short like
6 feet.
6 to 8 feet exterior, 6.5, 7 feet interior, that's truly going to be used as an accessory structure and not a dwelling unit, then that's a different situation. But if you're going to allow something that's built at a height that can be lived in, I do not believe it should be encroaching in the setback. But again, this marries this to the ADU rules, and I think we got to get at that. You've articulated the legal questions I think we need to ask. I think Bahi raises a good point about the 50% being too generous. I think the other policy question is really, should we be trying to encourage people to replace and upgrade or replace non-conforming or deteriorating accessory structures or not? And how can we do that through this ordinance? And I don't know that we've really done anything to try and encourage people to either tear them down or to make them more usable and look better. I don't know if we can do that in here, but I'd sure like to think about it.
Definitely not encourage it at all. But anyway, Mike, or were you done? I'm sorry.
Yeah, encourage maintenance, encouraging, letting them
yeah.
look okay.
Right.
Not be derelicts.
So I was very, I like the fact that you're consolidating all the code into one section so that we can all find it and read it and understand it. I think that was, the intent of this is great. I, like other commission members, I'm concerned about what the ADU requirements are as far as setbacks and all that. I mean, when I was reading, I was saying, well, these things can be changed into ADUs, and how does that relate? More than the conformity, I would like to see what how this compares to the ADUs and any requirements they have, because, like what's been expressed, if this gets built and then they change it into an ADU, is it all compliance? I don't know. So that was.
This isn't, but that's This is only forward-looking, so,
Well, that's what I'm,
but, and, well.
that's
so-
what I'm, my concern was,
Right.
if you build these things and they change into ADUs, are you now I mean,
Well, the only
You
difference
violate the
between
ADU?
an ADU and an accessory structure is
Is a
an
kitchen.
extra plumbing. No, not even a kitchen, one plumbing fixture.
Three instead of two.
Yeah, so there's no difference. People are living in these accessory structures now. It's not like it's going to change that
Okay.
much. It's just that you make it official and it goes into your
Housing.
property, right? That's, when it's an ADU, it goes into your
Tally.
title report. Is that the difference? Because you could potentially go back and add a plumbing fixture or a sink. Or in fact, you can have a sink now.
You can have a
can't
sink and a
stove.
toilet. You can have a
can have
sink and a
stove.
toilet, but you can't have a third
The
fixture.
difference isn't going to
You
be
can't.
huge from what's already there. The ADU is the umbrella. I mean, the accessory structure is
The umbrella of the-
umbrella
for
of
the
the
ADU.
ADU.
We just wanted to make sure you understand that if somebody comes in with a plan to build an accessory dwelling unit, that accessory dwelling unit would be required to comply with all of the setbacks and site development standards. The concern is the conversion of an accessory structure to an accessory dwelling unit. And how do you develop the rules for accessory structures so that if the conversion takes place,
It minimizes.
it's not going to have.
Well, and so that you don't have people gaming the system, basically, that they build something
Right.
under the accessory structure, and then a year after they've finished construction, they come back and they go, oh, I'd like to make it an ADU.
Exactly.
The rules are the same, should be the same.
And that's
And they're not.
exactly
Think of it
the
as
point
an
of
an
this
ADU
ordinance.
is a use.
Yeah.
What we're looking at are the site standards. So, I mean, you can, an accessory structure can have a bathroom, it can have bedrooms, can have habitable space. The difference is when that kitchen comes in.
Right, exactly.
So it's
so
not-
are the requirements for an ADU different than what's being proposed here? The setbacks, daylight plane?
Right now, no.
I don't believe so.
Well,
Yeah.
they
This covers
are in the sense that the accessory structure has,
It's more liberal, right?
yeah, there's shorter setbacks or lesser distances required for property lines between the property line and the accessory structure, where an accessory dwelling unit needs to meet all of the site development standards and be within the building envelope.
No?
It could be within a rear yard setback.
The
Right.
accessory dwelling unit?
Yes.
Yes,
Today, it's the same standard.
No, I don't think so.
yeah.
Well,
No,
Yeah,
I'm not
this-
talking
the
about
city
conversions,
has-
I'm talking about if you're building from scratch.
If you're building from scratch, you could develop an ADU. Right now, if you have a 15,000 square foot lot, you could build an 800 square foot accessory structure that's partially or wholly in a rear yard setback if it meets our current accessory structure standards under our
Right.
current code.
Well, that's why we need to
Yes,
look at
label.
that.
And that's why
Yeah.
we're looking at the accessory, the
Right.
accessory
So it's already
requirements.
very,
Yeah.
lenient. It is already lenient for 15,000 square foot.
For
lots.
15,000.
Yeah, so right now,
Yeah.
Once this comes in for 10,000, then it's a big difference.
Yeah, but all those, as we discussed last time, you're still stuck with the 35% coverage.
Coverage
So you
total.
can't just start throwing in accessory structures, whether they're ADUs or not, if you don't, if you've already maxed out
Right.
your coverage.
Yeah.
So that was the protection. That's why we moved forward the ADU ordinance, because most houses are close to maxing out their 35%. Again, depends whether they're
And what
sometimes
age?
two-story or one-story, but
Larger lots, no.
not on larger lots, but they're already permitted there. But,
May I back
Yeah.
up for one moment?
Yes.
I forgot to say, on a general nitpick, that in section 14.15.040, item C, it would be very good if you also said that the daylight plan does not apply to a side or rear property when it abuts a public alley or public street, because there are a couple of streets where the lots back up, and it would be nice to have that included.
so I'm going to just make some comments to throw in the discussion. So I also struggled with the overriding category versus the subcategories and all that. I think that's part of what makes this confusing. So this talks about accessory structures, some of which are enclosed structures, some of which are not enclosed, like pools and barbecues, and those will not be converted into ADUs, I assume. So it's really, when you're talking about enclosed accessory structures that you really get into, whether an ADU or not, is that, potential there. So that's, I think it was just, so it's when you throw in the pools and barbecues and even maybe the pergolas and the gazebos, it's, although they are accessory, I think it confuses the question, which is really livability or not. So when you put it all together like this, although there are efficiencies and clarifications, then I think it becomes, in that sense, it becomes more complicated because no one's ever hopefully going to live in a barbecue. But that's here. Yeah, there are space under there. There is space under there. You never know. But anyway, so just that comment. But I actually, I understand where Commissioner Inander is coming from, but I actually feel that, going to the extreme of saying it always has to be in the building envelope, I think that's really extreme. That's not what this says. But I'm really fall more with Commissioner Orizzi. I feel that the daylight plane takes care of what the major issue is. I don't think it matters to a neighbor 2.5 feet versus 5 feet, again, having lived in one of these situations, that you're addressing the what can be seen by the neighbor by dealing with the daylight plane. So to me, I think that's legitimate, but I really think it goes against the spirit of trying to create more opportunities to create additional sources of creative housing. And so I'm not so keen on increasing the setback requirements. But then I still think we have a lot of outstanding questions that, between looking at some of the other, what the language says about nonconformance and also some legal input that I'm not sure that we want to say anything tonight specifically about moving this forward. Yes, go ahead.
So you make a really, really good point about enclosed versus not enclosed. And I wonder if we might look at segregating the rules in that way so that the setback is different for those unenclosed structures compared to closed structures. Mm-hmm. It just occurred to me. I hadn't thought about it that way.
Right. Well, one thing that caught my eye, though, I guess it's not a change, but staff actually can clarify. I was surprised that there were such strict side yard setback requirements on outdoor kitchens, barbecues, fireplaces, similar, and swimming pools, hot tubs, and spas, without regard to their height. I mean, a lot of those structures are below 6 feet. They're going to be well below the fence line, and so those are unenclosed. We're not talking about pool houses or gazebos or anything like that, but a lot of those things are below fence height, and we're requiring them to be, not in the side yard setback. That's 10 feet in most lots. To me, that was crazy.
The underlying objective there
Sorry.
is it goes back to an activity, an intensity of activity. It's why we limit patios to no more than 6 inches. Your side yard is where you're most likely going to have your bedroom windows, your bathroom windows, more sensitive and closer proximity outlets. And so something like a swimming pool or a barbecue may not be visible, but the odor, the noise, that activity may be more of an impact. And that's really the underlying reason why we don't permit them in a side yard setback, because a side yard setback on average is 10 feet, so an open window on a neighbor is going to be theoretically 10 feet away, could be a bedroom window, a living room, a library window, and now you've got people splashing in a pool very close, or you've got someone cooking on a barbecue that's wafting over, so that, or swimming pool equipment that's generating noise.
Well, the equipment, I agree with that, I didn't. But, I tell you, I have neighbors that are 50 feet away from me, and they are noisy. So if you have them 10 feet, their pool 10 feet versus 5 feet, or, that's not going to make any difference in terms of noise. So I just thought, again, there we're talking about noise, but I really don't think requiring those things to be 10 feet away. But again, that's not a change, so maybe we don't want to open that can of worms. But while we're throwing everything, enclosed versus unenclosed, and are we concerned about line of sight? Are we concerned about noise? Are we concerned about fumes?
If I can just weigh in on the enclosed
Yes.
versus unenclosed, it may seem counterintuitive, but unenclosed structures close to a property line actually, in staff's experience, generally tend to create more conflict than enclosed because of the noise issue. Because if you've got a covered dining area that's 5 feet away, there's more activity that's not buffered by a wall versus an accessory structure with maybe visible, but you're not going to get a noise impact. So I don't. Yeah, there's different impacts from an unenclosed versus an enclosed to think about.
So I want to go back to my original question, which is a long time ago. If there is a detached garage, historically, there are several, now I understand, in Los Altos, including one that Sally used to have, and it's relatively close to the property line. It's by no means in the building envelope. It is 5 feet, 2.5 feet on two sides maybe. It's in the back corner, which is where they typically put it. And it is about 400 square feet. That's a two-car garage, or 200 square feet if it's a one-car garage. That is a good thing, potentially, to convert to an ADU. Now, an ADU could be as large as 800 square feet, but you can fit a one-bedroom, one-bath with another room easily into a 400 square foot place.
That's what this was.
And so that would not be allowed to happen. That would be allowed to happen under our code. Because let's say hypothetically that, as was proposed in this staff recommendation, this all went through and was approved by council. What would happen to that detached garage, which was theoretically being looked at to be converted into an accessory dwelling unit?
There's two pieces. There's what the ADU, the new state legislation outlines, but if you're looking at it strictly from a structural standpoint, and the city has over the years adjusted its threshold, but in general, if you've got a detached garage, structurally, it has to be almost entirely rebuilt to be converted from non-habitable to habitable. And staff in more recent years has looked at that as a more than 50% alteration. And so we've looked at limiting a conversion like that based on it's a non-conforming structure. You're functionally rebuilding the entire structure, new floor, new walls, new roof, if you're adding on to it. I think I defer probably to the legal interpretation regarding how the state legislation may change that.
That's my question, and so that gets back to my original
Add that
thought,
to the
which
lawyer
is-
list.
is that we really need to have the city attorney give us an opinion on that, because
Yeah,
that is, I think, the turning point on this.
yeah.
And as for whether you should be required to have accessory structures only within the buildable envelope, that's a policy issue. And that's, I think, above our pay grade here.
Yeah. So,
We need to do some kind of action for you guys tonight? Do we need to have a formal motion to continue?
You should make a formal motion to continue. I think we have a lot of notes on the questions that you raised, and I think what I'm hearing from the commission is that you would appreciate having legal staff here at your next meeting so that you can, we can certainly make them aware of some of the questions you raised this evening, but have them available to answer the questions to you directly, and
And I
any
should-
others that come up as part of this
And I should
evaluation.
point out that when we were at the joint city council meeting, the few of us that were there, that council seemed very amenable to understanding our concern about wheel spinning, because we didn't have appropriately timed counsel from our city attorney. And so I think it would be fine.
yeah.
This is the first example since that meeting where we can say, we need you.
Right.
So with that said, I move that we continue item 17CA04, the accessory structure zoning code amendments, to a date uncertain.
when we can have.
Probably, I mean,
When we can have appropriate legal counsel to guide us in our decision-making process.
We would request that you continue it to your meeting of December the 7th, which is about 3 weeks away, which
Okay.
would should give us plenty of time to, get in touch with our city attorney's office and have someone from that office available at that meeting, and bring back to you the non-conforming rules, and so you can have an
I just want
opportunity
to
to ask
check, we
questions
had
about
an email
those.
from David Cornfield asking whether there was going to be a quorum on the 2 meetings in December. Do you know the result of that?
I don't know the results of
I
that
won't be
yet.
here, that's for sure.
Well, I think maybe I would leave it as a date uncertain only because I'm not sure we're going to have those meetings.
Well, we can say for the 7th, and then if the 7th gets canceled, it'll automatically carry it forward to the next meeting,
Exactly.
I believe.
So in that
Yeah,
case,
so
I move that we continue item 17C as 04 to December 7th Planning Commission meeting.
I'll second that, and then I'll immediately ask a question. And that is, John, could you read back the legal issues as we've identified them so far? Just so that if there are any that have occurred to us, we make sure you've got a complete list before we send this on.
I want to make sure I get this one correct. There was a question regarding whether or not accessory structures built after a certain date could be converted. Do I have that correctly?
And then the question is whether we can put something in either this ordinance or the ADU ordinance that says from this date forward, this sort of structures can't be converted unless they fully conform to whatever, the ADU rules are. In other words, the state law, as I understand it, the state law, as of the date it was enacted, applies to all existing accessory structures as of that date, and has certain rules that says these units you have to allow to be converted. What it didn't say, what that law didn't say, as far as I know, is can you make rules that say from this date forward you can't build something and then convert it later if it doesn't comply? But I'm not sure that's true. Am I making sense to anyone?
Well, I thought that was the whole point of us setting up our own zoning code, is that our code would then, you'd have to comply with the
No, it was
current
never
zoning code.
articulated that way with council. That's why I'm asking.
Well, and it also, I think, part of the question is, when we enact an ordinance around accessory structures, is that the date that rules?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or is it, any existing forever are grandfathered by the state? So that's kind of I think that's sort of the same question. It's another side of your question, maybe. And other questions were?
Impact of the non-conforming rules on the accessory structures and accessory dwelling units. If there was a conversion of an existing accessory structure to a non-conforming accessory structure to a dwelling unit, does that 50% rule or threshold prohibit then that conversion in some way?
And
There's one other.
there is another one.
Do you have it, Zach?
The other one is, does enacting an ordinance with significantly greater, well, again, you can define what significant means, but more restrictive ordinances regarding accessory structures, is that in flouting the state
Is it in
law?
conformance with the state
Is it
requirements?
in conformance with the intent? Just like the down zoning, the CT.
Right, because it'd be one thing to constrict and restrict the ADU ordinance, but if you restrict the accessory structure ordinance, which technically you have potential to have them converted, unless you're allowed to say you can't convert them, in which case it's moot.
Right. Well,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
So those are some of the examples of the
Okay.
questions
We've got
we have.
those.
Yeah.
And I would also ask that when it comes back, we have the current, whatever the current version of the ADU stuff in front of us, and maybe
Yes.
a table that shows You know, this is what you can, this is the rules for the accessory structure, this is the rules for the ADU, and if you're trying to go from this one to that one, this is what would have to happen. I don't know how to explain it any better than that, but I think, or even just a couple of examples, something.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second, and we've had some discussion. Are we ready to take a vote? All those in favor of the continuation?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, so we've continued to December 7th, assuming there is a December 7th meeting. All right, thank you. Let us move on to Commissioner reports and comments.
Yeah, I was in charge of Tuesday's meeting. I wasn't there, but I listened to I watched the video. And the only project that, belonged to planning was the 962 Acacia Avenue, which I guess came before us a long time ago, and then again, I wasn't there for any of it. But I listened through, and there was a lot of hesitance, between the council members, but they finally approved it. As the lot was so difficult to build on, and just so many restrictions, and didn't make sense to let it continue being dilapidated as it is. So they all approved it. So
This was in the Sherwood?
Sherwood
Yeah, that
Triangle.
one.
yeah,
Yeah,
that
okay.
one. Tricky one.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no other item that pertained to us.
They approved the commercial kitchen redo at Grant Park, which I don't know that any of that, none of that's going to come back to us. That's just something that you guys handle, right?
Right.
But I think it's a notable improvement in addition to an asset that the city has, and I'm really thrilled to hear that.
Should those of us who were there give an update on the joint meeting with council?
Oh, go
Oh,
ahead.
are pointing to me?
The three of
The three of us were there. We had a good discussion. We talked about all the things that we had identified at our last meeting in preparing for that. So we brought up about, whether we need to attend council, depending on what's on the agenda, since we don't usually speak, but we decided to continue as we have been, which is whoever's the appointed representative will still attend.
If they can.
And they, may or may not ask, which is fine. There was one point, Mr. Jordan felt that planning commissioners shouldn't speak at council, particularly that we wouldn't be able to objectively present the views of the whole commission. We'd be, I guess he felt we'd be presenting our personal views, but we assured him that that was not the case. We understand, regardless of whether you're in an assenting or dissenting position, you are there in that circumstance to represent the commission. So we did.
He must have worked
clarify.
in a very bad city previously.
Well, I thought it was really interesting that some of the council members thought that the reason we would be there, or the biggest reason we would be there, would be to be able to hear firsthand their policy guidance, which would come back to us. And others said, no, it's great if we're there to talk about things, to answer questions on things that we've had before us. And the fact that there was like this orthogonal thing going on between different council members was fascinating.
Well, and also it came up that it would be useful if we had policy direction before we early on, so that when we started to think about items, we didn't do something, send it to council, and then have them say, well, at our retreat, we decided we're going to go this direction. So, in fact, it was suggested that since the retreat is actually an open meeting, it's a public meeting, that one could attend, one could send a member of Planning Commission to the retreat to take notes about what the policy decisions are, so that we could have a sense of where the leaning of City Council was for certain issues.
I also think they were amenable to the idea, which we had talked about, of getting together sooner after the
the retreat.
January meeting to really kind of scope out what falls in our bailiwick from their priorities.
Right. So our goals would derive from their goals, rather than now, we put together our goals in November, and they have a retreat in January. So I think that was something that,
And I
Ned and Jan.
want to thank Sally for assuring Mr. Jordan that all of us would be able to represent the nature of the discussion, the pros, the cons, the dissidents, and the final concurrence and agreement of this body, without exception.
yes.
And then, as I said, they were amenable to having city attorney give us appropriate advice in a very timely manner, because they recognize that no one likes to waste their time.
Right. And, one of the examples was not even us, having our time wasted, but the fact of that in the CT zone, again, the conditional versus permitted use for residential went to council in the ordinance. That wasted their time, too. So it's not just about wasting our time. It's wasting everyone. So, all right. And then I attended yesterday, if we're done with the update on that, I attended the affordable housing conversation. Actually, there were many of them that went on across the Bay Area yesterday. Silicon Valley Community Foundation hosted, I think, several. I just attended the evening one. It was very interesting, I thought. The speakers were, Mary Prochnow showed, this was actually, let me just give you the title, I should start at the beginning, The Invisible Housing Crisis in Los Altos. I don't feel it's invisible, but I think it's invisible to some other people, potentially. But it was actually pretty interesting. Started out with someone that I'm sure you both work with, Sharif Etman. He was one of the speakers to make housing shortage real and personal. He talked about how he and his wife live in South San Jose in the Blossom Valley area, and it was taking him 2 hours, 2.5 to commute, so he ended up buying a motorcycle because at least he can cut through some of the lanes, which is kind of dangerous, I think, but but anyway, he talked about all the personal concessions they've had to make they can't move here for a variety of reasons. So it's not just, and then there was the executive director of the Terraces, formerly Pilgrim Haven, talked about how they can't get staff, which actually applies. I mean, look how far you drive, John, right? So really to get somebody, not everybody's willing to drive from Hollister. Maybe you have a helicopter, I don't know, but.
It's that motorcycle.
It's that motorcycle. Are you on a motorcycle too? You're on the back with Sharif, right? Anyway, just, huge, it just doesn't, it's not just about BMRs. It's about the ability of us as a broader community. I mean, people who work in the shops, people who work in the restaurants.
You bet.
There's help wanted on every single restaurant and shop practically in town. Think about the healthcare impacts if the Terraces can't keep their residents, under proper health surveillance. That's not the right word, but you know what I mean.
I have to say that I'm sure Bahi knows this too, I have contractors who drive up, who come at 5 in the morning and sleep in their cars at the building site for 2 hours, because that way they don't spend that time in traffic. And the trucks are lining up. So
Right. And Joe Simidian spoke. He spoke somewhere I was at earlier this evening as well. So I guess I'm kind of trailing along behind him. He's a very good speaker, actually, very well spoken. And, it's not just about the BMRs. We have to think more creatively. He actually he talked about supply and demand. Our housing supply is in short supply, but that's because we don't do anything about the demand. The tech job, just keeps going up, and most companies aren't held accountable for producing, committing to producing housing. Stanford was an example he gave where they've actually gotten commitments, and they've happened. So he was talking about actually, sharing demand and getting the workforce out in the Central Valley maybe, and, spreading the wealth. But so it was an interesting panel. There was also Leslie Corsiglia, I may be pronouncing that wrong, from Silicon Valley, SV at Home, and we've had a public speaker from them here before, and Julie Hawald, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, from, I have it written down somewhere. But anyway, so it was a kind of a wide-ranging discussion. When my husband asked me about it, I couldn't describe it to him. So, but it was more than just, well, we need, 150 more low, moderate income, housing units. It was a broader discussion than that. So a lot of people with passion. So that would be my report. Yeah.
Sure.
And then I have a question, because I'm supposed to be at the November 28th City Council meeting, and I cannot attend it in person, so I don't know if you want to switch.
I won't be here either.
Do you want to represent us?
I'll be there because I specifically want to attend because of the briefing that they're going to do on the
On
impact of the housing, the new housing
bills and
laws.
laws
That we're all invited to
recently.
come to that study session. It's a study session, right? Starts at,
I don't have a time right now. I think they're still pulling together the agenda packet, but we will let you know when that
I can't-
training session
I'm out of
starts.
yeah, training session, so it'll be 5:30, 6 o'clock is my guess, but I
Something
plan to
like
be
that.
there for the duration, so Mike, I'm.
Okay.
And actually, I think that's when
That's the
400 Main is,
Street.
400 Main is coming back on appeal on
That-
that.
that's
Yeah.
On that session, so that's why I thought one of us should be in attendance,
Yeah.
if
And-
they had any questions.
We did request they record the training session
Yes,
about
we
the
did.
new laws.
Sally did a great job of that.
I don't know if it's going to happen, but we did make.
And I think I'm on for the one,
You're on the 12th.
for the 12th or 14th or whatever it is.
Is there anything that we need to be on there?
The 12th, I don't know that we have any planning issues, but I think the Hillview project is being taken up again. So
Okay.
I think that's going to be
I can
the
watch it on the video, I just can't be in
main
attendance.
item on the
Yeah,
agenda.
if everything comes together, there'll be the task force to providing the recommendation on community.
Okay.
I think, given the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, John, once you have formally the agenda for the November 28th,
Uh-huh.
make sure, if you would, to shoot it to all of us so
We
that
will.
those of us who want to attend that legal briefing can be there at the appropriate time.
Given the nature of the discussion we had with council and the issues of, should one of us continue to be there and so on, I think, although I have to tell you, I enjoy watching them on video a whole lot better than sitting here. Still in all, I think if we're the designated person and if there is an issue on the agenda that involves something that came to us, we ought to endeavor to be there in person.
I
Yeah.
have to defend myself because I didn't go Tuesday, but when I looked at the agenda, I had never seen that project. I wasn't part of any of this discussion, so.
I don't think it was intended at you. It's
No, it wasn't,
okay.
it was not directed at you, Bahi, no.
Because I had no.
No, was not directed at
for
you.
any questions.
Absolutely
if
not.
They had any, so glad they
Right.
didn't.
Yeah, but
I
that's,
think we all do attend if when we possibly can, but sometimes
Right.
you can't. And either you switch,
Yeah,
but if you haven't got time to
yeah,
switch,
if we
you
had
watch it.
a big item coming up, I think it would be worthwhile trying to
Oh, yes.
switch
Yeah.
so that somebody could be there in
Well,
person.
this is why I brought it up.
right, because I won't be in town, so I may not even have internet that night, but, so I can't watch live. But, so recording particularly the earlier study session would be very, very helpful. Do you know if have you heard any?
I know it was a request, but I don't know if they've got it set up to do that yet.
It depends on where it's going to be, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
It's going to be in here, and from what I understood, they're intending that all of us, including council, are sitting out there because it's going to be like taught.
Exactly.
It's going to be a presentation
right,
from up
okay.
here, and that we're all going to be in the audience. So it should be really easy to video, because
It's.
one speaker and
Points the
that.
right way.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, let's hope, because I would like to be able to watch that at some point. And yeah, thanks for clarifying when I said things, sort of, we agreed they stay as is, which means exactly what Anita said, that if there's something on, then we go, and if there isn't, we can enjoy a glass of wine at home.
Watch it with our fuzzy slippers on.
I have
Exactly.
one more
So-
meeting to share with the commission that you might be interested in attending on Wednesday, November the 29th, from 6 till 8 o'clock in the evening in Lacey. We're going to be holding a workshop on the downtown vision. And these will be the workshop at which we share with the community the 4 future scenarios to get feedback from the community on which of the scenarios best represent how the downtown should evolve in the future. So put that on your calendar. I think we should also label it as a commission meeting, just in case we get a majority of commissioners there. We're then in line with the Brown Act.
Right.
So,
Get a noticed meeting?
Yeah.
yes, just
Right.
cover it as a notice meeting, so we're,
All right, that's another meeting I can't make. I'm out of town for 2 weeks.
Okay,
be
so
there.
that's Wednesday, the
29th.
29th.
9th, from 6 till 8. My guess is it'll go longer than 8 o'clock.
Right. Which brings up, some meeting notices, the planning, even this, the planning commission agendas and stuff, I'm getting on my sort of citizenry email rather than my formal, I mean, because we had requested that, I mean, are you all
I'm
getting
it
notice?
on the,
On your city?
I couldn't
I don't get it
couldn't
on
get into
my
I couldn't get into Outlook yesterday. I don't know what was going on, but I couldn't get into Outlook server. I got a server
Right.
not responding.
Yeah, so I'm getting, what I get about these meetings is the, just my general stuff at all my city dumps and not my PC stuff. I'm not getting, I feel like I'm missing
there's a
emails.
person to contact. Did you contact him?
But-
Because I did contact the person.
No, I have it on, I have Outlook, I get Outlook, but I'm not getting, our agendas are not coming to me from
From,
you
Oh.
or,
I don't get an agenda until I pick up
No,
my
you don't
packet.
get agendas.
well,
I
I
don't
get.
get 'em.
No, I get, oh, well, so then maybe I'm getting more than you are. So the notice I get because I have a
I
different,
get the meeting notice, but I never check which email, because if they all
Oh.
come, maybe it's.
so.
The meeting notice is something that's a public thing, and you're subscribed
Exactly.
to
I
the city
subscribe to
manager's
that.
thing, so you get them
Right.
that way. We don't get the meeting notices as,
We do.
But we
No, you
should be
get- you
able
get 'em in the
to,
packet.
yeah, you should
because
be-
we should be able to look at it electronically, which is what I do when I get it through my general, city
Well,
subscription.
Yvonne sends out a note that says,
Next week's meeting.
next week's meeting is going to happen, and that's when we go pick up the packet.
Exactly.
Actually, I don't think
I don't
I've
get
gotten
that
that
from
lately.
Yvonne. All I ever see is the notice about, to put the legal notice,
No.
the information
Yes, I
saying
get
to put
that.
the legal notice in. I
But
don't
you
get
should
something
also,
separate from
Yvonne usually says,
This is weird.
Yvonne usually
with
says the packet's
Yvonne
ready
to
on
make sure
Thursday,
that
sometimes it's ready on
her
Friday.
I don't get a notice from
Planning
Yvonne.
commissioner grouping has the appropriate email addresses in it, so that when she sends a notice, because you should all be getting that through your city email.
Correct. And I have my city email forwarding to
Yeah.
my personal email. It's so much easier.
But we all do that. I mean, at a certain level, we look and we see the mail. If you want to, you can identify it.
Yeah.
But I don't know what the source is usually. But it sounds like Anita's not getting,
Anything
Anita's
from
not getting it,
Yvonne.
so she needs to.
You get the
I'm not getting-
notices, I should put this in the town crier, post the hearing.
Yeah, I get that.
Get that.
Yep.
You don't get the come pick up the packet notice.
I don't get to come pick up the packet notice, which is weird. And I don't have mine forwarded. I keep my lives separate, so I go and log into Outlook because I hate Outlook. Except yesterday, I couldn't get in. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe just make sure Yvonne
are
has the up-to-date, well, she must, because you get the
If you
town
get the
crier
one, you
things,
should get the
which I
other
get.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand.
Yeah.
One I don't.
And you said, somebody said something about David sent out asking our calendars.
David sent
I
an
didn't see
email
that. When did-
today
you see that?
saying,
Oh,
I'm
today?
doing a nose count for December.
Yeah, well, here's my nose count. I can be there.
I think I could be for one and not for the other. And I told, and if you respond, he says so immediately. That's why I didn't know if you had determined whether there was going to be quorum or not.
Okay.
I think
All right, I didn't see that one, that much might just be because I've been busy, so. It was this morning? Okay, so anyway, do we
So
have any other?
That
Yes.
conversation does lead into, we are looking to transition to all digital packets beginning of 2018 and do away, and we'll still provide, for any project, a half-size set of plans. We'll still provide that hard copy because.
Easier to see.
But for, as a Historical Planning Commission and Design Review Commission, all the written materials reports will go digital with that and I wanted to find out, is there anyone that would not work for, and you would need to still continue getting your paper reports, or do you all have the capabilities once we transition over to download the digital versions? And
So are you going to send an email with that?
yeah, so we'll obviously make sure the notifications there, and it sounds like we need to clarify and make sure have the same grouping of emails we're sending
That's
out
fine.
to.
make sure that.
Fine
I
with
think
me.
the only
But,
exception for me is that if there's a major report, I don't want to have to print it out. Like if we had an EIR or an analysis of an EIR, I don't want to have to print that out. You guys get to print that out, but I want a paper copy of something that's that big.
And you can, and
Online.
the provision will be, you can always contact staff and say, can you provide copies? And we can do it, but rather than just automatically providing the paper copies, it'll be digital unless requested. And so the key is there any commissioners that specifically want to keep getting those paper packets or?
Anybody not have a computer?
I make one caveat, though. If we're doing that digitally, and I don't print things out, so I'll be reading them digitally, I will have my iPad here, and I will be looking at that then. Is that,
want to mark it up.
well, I mean, even if I
that's-
make paper marks, I want to still be able to read the report. So, because I think we're pretty conscientious here about not having, we're not referring to a phone or an iPad or something while we're up here. That will change if we take this route. So, because I'm not going to print stuff out.
Which I guess
Well, there
is
is-
another question, which is, are these PDFs, because I've never tried to do it, are the PDFs that we get, are they ones we can make annotations on electronically? Because I haven't tried to do it.
Not unless you have Pro. If you have Adobe Pro, you can do it.
Right.
Photoshop Pro.
One of the other things we will also ensure, and it's sometimes they're scanned, sometimes they're generated from the Word doc, and that'll be one thing that'll happen as part of this, is that all of the reports, the attachments may still be scanned depending on how we get them, but all of the reports will be converted from Word, so you'll have the ability, if you have the Pro, to make
annotate 'em.
annotations and
But you bring up, there's a point because of the security and the Brown Act, that those devices, if we are using them up here, they are subject to be searched.
Oy vey.
Yeah,
Well, plus it
Yeah,
also-
so,
yeah.
I mean, that's why I don't bring a cell phone or any electronic device, because
I mean, I thought perception was a problem. Perception of, well, maybe I'm up here playing a game or texting, my kids or something.
Where I'm texting Sally saying, why
Oh,
why
yeah,
don't you vote
so-
for this?
So, right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So-
Unintended
So,
consequence,
Yes.
perhaps.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, before you go
City
down that
attorney.
road, that was made mention
City
to us
attorney, yeah.
prior about having electronic devices.
Yeah.
And you
And
should-
actually, I repeat it, if there's a 96-page report, I'm not going to print it out.
No.
And some people don't actually have Photoshop Pro. So that's a program that's.
Adobe Pro.
Adobe Pro, that's a pricey program. I have one that converts everything from PDFs to Word so I can annotate it, but that's not
That's
going to help
a
me
lot.
on this one.
Yeah. I won't print stuff. I just don't print unless I absolutely have to. So I will use my iPad, and that brings up then all these issues. So I think you have to take that back and,
Nice idea, but I don't know if it's.
well, I mean, that'll affect council too. I mean, that's how I
Oh,
work.
wait a minute, you said 3 commissioners, you didn't say anything about city
Oh, you
council.
didn't?
No, well, the Community Development Department staffs 3 commissions, which is Historical, Design Review Commission. So we're
Oh,
looking at
I
that
see.
transition council has different thresholds than the commission, so we're looking
I
at
see.
the opportunity to reduce
Yeah.
the paper, and that is one way. So we're exploring, and obviously there's any number of hybrid opportunities. And also for CEQA documents, we do publish hard copies, and you would, as a commission, each of you as commissioners would get those as well.
It's a laudable goal, but let's see that we don't have an unintended consequence that nails us all to the wall.
Yeah. All right. So with that, I think we're going to adjourn the meeting. There we go. Thank you.
You all have a very nice Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy
Thanksgiving, yeah.
Safe travels. Hope you
Thank
enjoy all the time with
Where are
family.
you going for 2 weeks this time?
Oh, just Maryland, Virginia, and then Florida.
That's not as much fun as